Yes, we are live. We are live. We are live at this ungodly hour. Well, at least here on the East Coast of the United States, we have the 203rd episode of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. I am Dr. Evil Genius. I want you guys to know just how much Mrs. Evil said, nah, son, I'm not doing this. So if you look in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, you will see that it simply says Dr. Evil Genius. Mrs. Evil was so intent on not doing the show today because she wants to sleep that she removed with Mrs. Evil at the bottom. The attention to detail is laughter inducing. Now, I would laugh out loud if I knew which galaxy I existed in. But I don't. Because after about 2 and some hours amount of sleep, my alarm went off. I took a 5-minute snooze. And then I drank pre-workout mixed with Gatorade and electrolytes. And got right here in front of this fucking camera. Yep. So instead of Mrs. Evil here in this chair, you will look at my Levi's denim jacket over here in the corner. And for all intents and purposes, we are going to be getting ready here for UFC Fight Night 275 in Perth, Australia. Oh, yeah. So just want to make sure that everything is everything. Make sure that there were no fights that were canceled late. All right, so at least in the here and now, we are looking kind of legit as far as the expected fight lineup. Doesn't look like anybody dropped off. Very interesting. GM3 failed to make weight. That's interesting. Not something you expect from Gerald Meerschaert. That's interesting. I just want to check to see if GM3 has ever missed weight before. And I wonder because, you know, and obviously I know that he is an older guy, but GM3 is not known for his lack of professionalism. So I just want to check real quick to see if he has missed weight before in the past. According to Tapology, this might be his first time missing weight in his entire career, at least on Tapology, going back to 2007. I see no evidence here. I see no evidence here that of him missing weight. He's got some ugly ass losses, but none of them have anything to do Wow, this guy just keeps taking L's after L after L after L after L. But let's see when these goddamn ads are going to end. Holy crap. Oh man. I love MMA, but I must admit I am dreaming of my pillow. But I am hopped up on Animal Pack pre-workout, and my brain is slowly booting up. Slowly but surely. So, gonna kind of, we got Dom Mar Fan versus Cody Steele. Interesting name. So yeah, it's very interesting that Gerald Meerschaert would fail to make weight for the first time in his career. What? How many fucking fights is he into his career? I mean, holy crap. So I'm not going to kill him. I'm not going to like call him a cheater or anything like that. But something had to have gone wrong for Gerald Meerschaert. And he's giving up 30% of his. He's giving up 30% of his check. About 2 kilos over the limit. So I just kind of want to know what the hell happened. It looks like Tai Tuivasa is going to make it to the cage. I thought that Tuivasa was fighting for his job before. I really do believe he is fighting for his job today. He's got a late replacement here in Louis Sutherland. Tai Tuivasa's got to start winning. So I'm going to hang out here until people end up making it to the stream. We're underway here, about 4.5 minutes into round one. Just want to set this up. Hey, Sinister is number 1 on the list. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. What are you doing up at this time of day? We got Sinister here at this ungodly hour. Oh, wow. We got AI Hal in the building. We've got Dan Jensen in the mofo. Sinister's always up late. Actually, you guys missed my opening monologue. I actually set my alarm for about 25 minutes ago after less than 3 hours of sleep. And I should not make a joke about Marfan syndrome. I shouldn't do that. But yeah, super awesome to have you guys here today. Because I was prepared to sit here by myself. I was prepared to sit here by myself. I'm not going to say that there is anything to do with coffee, but I do have Animal Pack pre-workout mixed in Gatorade. So I hope that that satisfies your prerequisite for what passes for coffee. Well, my eyes look puffy as shit. No matter though, we're gonna hang out together. Oh shit, he tapped fast. I think something twisted in his knee. And yep. He gave Marfan the twisted knee syndrome. So he's gonna get a bonus. I think his knee really hurts because he doesn't want to stand up. He really does not want to stand up. Cody Steele gets an early victory here. Damn, he corralled his arm and his leg, and he just turned on it. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. His knee went in directions that the knee was not designed to go. Fuck. Yep. Knees are not meant to do that. Oh, that shit swelled up fast. His knee swelled up so fast. Man, well, R.I.P. knee. Holy crap. Well, that is the first victim of the evening. Wow. Knee swelled up so fast. Imagine you finally get your chance in the UFC and you're not really sure if you're going to get another shot, and if you do get another shot in the UFC, perhaps it might be a while before see if I could turn this up without offending the YouTube gods. What? Cody Steele ripped that guy, gave him a lot more range of motion in that knee. I'll tell you that. A lot more range of motion than he bargained for. That's for goddamn sure. What's going on with you, AI Hal? Why are you up with a loser like me? Oh, so you set an alarm for this too, huh? You're not just up from last night? Wait, you've been up since 11 p.m.? Oh, okay. It sounds like you took a nap that took a left-hand turn. Like you took a nap when you weren't supposed to. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. So I figure my plan here is I can always just go back to sleep. Uh, I can always go back to sleep. Um, After this shit ends. I could just go back to sleep. I really do wonder what kind of performance dip can we find from people who are not uh, native to that area of the world in Australia where these fights are taking place. Ah, okay. All right, I got you. You've been up a while. And again, like you could do just like me. Event ends, you can sleep when the sun is up. All right, we are ready for Jonathan Mikalev versus The Rock's adopted son. Oh. Boxing events got me psyched. You mean psyched? Yeah, I gave up on boxing because of all of the corruption years and years and years ago. Themba Garimbo. I wonder if I went online and told everybody that I too only had $7 left, would Dwayne Johnson adopt me as well? Because I can definitely get my checking account down to that level. Summer's almost here. Fucking spring hasn't even started yet in this area. How? Hell? Been coldest, probably the coldest April I could remember. All right, Jonathan Mikulev coming to the cage. I cannot believe that I am conscious right now. But it should tell you how good Animal Pack pre-workout is, because hey, I appreciate you. I know you said you're not going to be here for too long, but it is very, very nice that we do have a stream sponsor for today's that's right. Thanks, Mrs. Evil. Now I've got a can't type. Okay. I appreciate you, Dan. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much for the Dutch krona. Danish kroner? No, the Dutch have a kroner and the Danish have one. Thank you for the Danishes. We love Danishes here in the Northeast United States. I don't have a lot of expectations for this card, but I think that JDM has a chip on his shoulder, and I think that he's tougher than Carlos Prates. I've seen Prates fold. Quillen Sal killed. He's my rooting interest. I always root for Beneil Dariush to lose, for the same reason that Dan Jensen roots for Beneil Dariush to lose. I'm really not sure about Steve Urseg and Tim Elliott. I'm just really not sure. Um, for Tai Tuivasa's sake, I'm gonna hope that he gets a win today. He can't keep losing and expect to keep his job. I think there's something wrong with GM3 to wait until like fucking 50 fights in, almost 60 fights in, to miss weight for the first time in his career. Something might be wrong with him. So those are the picks that I am comfortable making today. Yeah, GM3 missed weight by pretty much, we're going to call it 2 kilos. Almost 60 fights in, and now you're missing weight. Something ain't right. GM3 has been a professional his entire career. You know, when other people miss weight, I suspect they're trying to cheat. When GM3 cheats, when GM3 fails to make weight, I'm thinking that there's something wrong with him. Nikolaev gets the takedown. Gorimbo has never really shown me that he's got really anything on the ground. So this is why I did not remove. Let's see. We're going to add a new term to the block list. Here. Okay. Paste. And paste. Yep, we get rid of spam here. All right. Yep. We don't tolerate spam on the screen. All right. Back to round 2. Nikolev's got his keeps sticking his fingers in the cage. He's really committed to getting Gorimba to the ground. He does. Oh, he still got that single leg. He pushed Gorimbo. He grabbed his leg and pushed him into Gorimbo, getting the takedown on him. And I think Gorimbo is like, listen, I needed this help. I'm going to lay here on top of you until the referee pulls me off one way or the other. Wow. Oh, wow. That mat return by Gorimbo was yeah, we were worried about this when we didn't see you in last week's show. But I was kind of secretly hoping that it was nothing and you wouldn't have to talk about it. I'm still hoping for the best. I'm pretty sure that they're going to do some sort of biopsy. And you know, my hope is that all of the best types of outcomes happen. Because I don't think I need to say it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that the best course of action, if the CT scan found anything, don't even fucking wait. You know, make sure that your blood work is good, nothing got into your bloodstream. You know, get it out. But again, like I don't really want to speak too much on it because I understand the sensitivity of the situation, and uh, I think Sinister actually brought us home with your patented um, exiting salutation, but we definitely had to tribute the great Dan Jensen. So yeah, when you're not around, your absence is felt, and we're not a big fan of Dan Jensen going through shit. I mean, I hope for Dan's sake that it's cut and dry. You know, I hope it's cut and dry. I don't know how much goulash you're going to be eating, but I just want you to be able to get right back to life, man. All right, we got rid of the spam. So we will bring the comments back. You guys will see that the comments will disappear from time to time. And the comments will disappear whenever spam might end up on the screen because we don't want to um, promote spam inadvertently. If the growths in the stomach are found to be cancerous, I think that the best thing that can happen for you is that it hasn't spread. That's really what I'm hoping for. It hasn't spread, and that you have good surgeons that can excise the growths without any of the bad cells getting into your bloodstream. Like That's the hope there. I've seen that in situations where the growths are non-benign. They get rid of the stomach altogether. But I'd rather, I'd rather there be a skinny Dan Jensen than a debilitated one. Goremba is about, yeah, Goremba lost a fight. Not a great fight, but Mikalev should get that. I mean, he's the hometown guy. I think it's a very cut and dry 29-28. Hmm. I want to know, Dan, how do you feel physically? And I want to know, like, did you? This can't be a split decision. Come on. Yeah, yeah. Um. Oh, okay. So that's how you were alerted. Okay. Yeah, I really didn't care about that fight at all. Just gonna be real about that. Yeah, it's been somewhat lackluster. I mean, we did get a heel hook finish in the first fight, but that last fight was like, I mean, Themba Garimbo's whole claim to fame was being a charity case of Dwayne Johnson. His fights have not really been really much to write home about. So yeah, it's been gone for Garimbo for a long time. Yeah, yep. Or you can say it was Garimbo's UFC origin story. Blood Diamond. I know of the film. Uh-oh. Coming up next, Ben Johnston. You're trying to make it so entertaining. Oh, Blood Diamond from City Kick. Okay, I remember that name. The fighter. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. But this is what I got for you at, wow, it's already 4:59. Feels like it's still 3:59. Fucking tired. But you could join in discussion, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Oh man. I really am just sitting here dreaming of the moment I can get right back to my pillow. I'm not even gonna front. Um Dan, question. Uh did you get a result back from the biopsy? And were they able to tell the nature of those wayward cells in your belly. Oh, okay. So they did. So they did find that it was. So at this point, what we're looking for is we're looking for no spread, pretty much. Okay, gotcha. All right. Now we got these guys getting into the cage. Apparently, Ben Johnson is supposed to be some sort of coach. And all right, age 35. Hmm. Hmm. Most of his wins come via rear naked choke. I haven't really heard of too many of these guys coaching first and fighting second. Johnson gets him to the ground. Now, I wonder when it comes to Johnson, does he have a does he have like real submission skill, or is basically he tries to do whatever he can to get to a rear naked? I can't imagine that Schultz is in the greatest condition to fight. I'm just not expecting too many of the Western Hemisphere fighters to do very well. I mean, it does look like Johnston has real grappling skill, but his record tells me that he does everything he can to take the back. Why is he grabbing the cage? And where's the referee to do his goddamn job? Schultz has definitely got some heart. And why did he pull guard? Trying to isolate that arm. So, I mean, it looks like Johnston has some kind of varied grappling attack. But what I saw from his records seemed to be more Muay Thai based. Kickboxing, Muay Thai. Let's see. Let me go back. Yeah, making a UFC debut at age 35. Oh, guillotine. No, he doesn't really have it. Oh, wait, he might be under the chin. No, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Oh, he's switching it up. I see them blood vessels over the top of his head. Ah, Johnston found his way out. Okay. All right, man. Thank you for coming by, Sinister. Thank you, Sinister. I appreciate you, brother. I'll probably catch you on JD's stream in the comment section somewhere. Yeah, for real, Sinister. We want the best for Dan. We need the best for Dan. Dan Jensen lives matter. Justice for Dan. Does not look like Schultz is going to get this guillotine. But he's going to jump guillotine at every fucking opportunity. Dan Jensen lives matter. Yeah, that'll be a clan tag. For real. We want the best for Dan. So I don't really know who you would give this round to. We got about 75 seconds left in this round. For Dan Jensen, there's only 25 seconds left in the round because he's always got a fast stream. I don't know how he does it. But Schultz is probably going to end up on the bottom at the end of this round, but Schultz was the closest to ending the fight with the submission attempt. So, although his second submission attempt wasn't really that big of a deal, to me, he was the closest to ending the fight. The guillotine that he pulled the first time, then transitioned to like a Darce choke. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's not the most entertaining fight, but how? But I do think that there might be some room for controversy with the scoring in this fight. Well, Hal, Helm 7926 believes that I should be stood up because I'm a boring ass streamer. Yeah, we gotta give them that credit. Both fighters, I mean, both fighters have attempted submissions. But it hasn't really led to a whole bunch of action here. The mouthpiece is out. Oh, he's trying to change it up. I wonder if spitting out the mouthpiece was an attempt to cheat. And I wonder if Johnston was really close to getting submitted there because he's wobbly on his feet. Schultz rolled out of that. Well, Johnston has 4 career rear naked choke finishes out of 5 professional wins. While he jumping guillotine again. But Johnston doesn't really seem like he is really in danger of being submitted here because he's just going to apply pressure, shoulder pressure. Wait, he actually tapped. I'm like, how many times is he going to jump guillotine? You start to look like Dustin Poirier. Wow. And if at first you don't succeed, guillotine, 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 guillotine again. Dust yourself off and guillotine again, again and again, again and again. Very, very rarely do you see somebody attempt that many guillotines and end up. That was an awkward angle too. And it looked like Johnston was going to get out of that. I think the reason why Johnston was forced to tap is his right shoulder ended up against the cage, and he wanted to go to his right to escape, and there was nowhere to go. I think Hal is behind both of us, Jensen. Wait, you're pirating? Jensen, I thought that you had the I thought that you had access, like legit access. Or Hal is just in the United States. For whatever reason, our stream is well behind yours. Nah, I mean, my stream is always behind yours. You know that we've pretty much gone by the book with making sure that we have legitimate access. Gonna start calling him Wesley Schultz the Beheader or the Executioner, because this guy tried like guillotines like 4 or 5 different times. Oh wow! Why did he do that in the camera? Yeah, I did. I did peep that. I did peep that. Like that looked like a tired decision. All right. Damn. She is such a fucking cutie. Oh. Spirit Airlines is defunct. No more Spirit Airlines. Wow. It seems like people really do like Spirit Airlines, but they're gonna have to like Spirit Airlines in spirit. That is a wrap. Box score with the Lakers eliminating the Houston Rockets. LeBron James shot 40% from the field, 10 for 25, 28 points in 37 minutes. He limited his turnovers to just 3. 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 40% from 3-point range. Hachimura scored 21. (12 for 28 from 3, 43% as a team. Shot even worse from 2-point range. Wow. But no Kevin Durant in an elimination game. To only score 78 points in an elimination game in this era of the NBA is just inexcusable. Vince Morales is very, very purple. Vince Morales' face looks like he's already been struck 40 times in the head in this fight. And the fight hasn't even started yet. And I'm going to grab some pretzels and a bottle of water. Ugh. Oh, here we go. I will absolutely do that when they get up. Just want to let you know, Jensen, you are loved here, both as a member of this community and just as a human being. And I've never been more serious about something that I've said on this channel than what I just said. This community needs people like you in it, in the worst way. So if we have to put the offending organ in a blender, that's what we'll have to do. But everybody wants the absolute best for you. We make fun of you because we appreciate you. And, you know, we have a huge amount of appreciation for you as a person and as a fellow fan of mixed martial arts and as a kindred spirit in our hatred, our shared hatred for John Bones Jones. I think that's pretty accurate. But we're going to need you. You always want us to be safe out there in the real world. We absolutely need you to be safe out there in the real world. Dead ass. Looks like these guys intend on striking. Well, we got another pulled guillotine. Oh, he's trying to get off to the side. But it doesn't look like he really has it. Nope. Nope. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is with these guys and the bleached colored hair and all of that. I don't know what to make of that. Everybody's doing the hair color thing. And it's like, is this what you do to look like you have a personality when you don't have a personality? Uh-oh. Oh, he's locking up the arm triangle. And Morales is trying to sneak his arm out of there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he already tapped. I think he tapped already. And the referee didn't see it, so he's still fighting for his life. But it looked like he tapped already. Be very, very interesting because it looked like Morales tapped already. As Stickness was going belly down. All right, he transferred it back to an. Wow. Morales got out. North-south. Oh, he's trying to lock up the rear naked. Morales has got to drop that chin. All right, he got out. Morales stays giving up his neck. He needs to be easy about that. Looks like he's trying to set up a head and arm choke. It did look like Vince Morales for a split second. It did look like as Colby was going to go roll over to go belly down, it looked like he tapped to me. Oh, question. Hal, have you seen the FX series, The Beauty? Let me know if you've seen that. If you have Hulu, watch the pilot episode of that series and come back next week and tell me what you think. Right hook Morales. I got to say that wait a minute. I asked you if you've seen The Beauty. You said no. And then you said you've seen the first episode. Which one is it, Hal? Are you trying to confuse me? It's too early in the fucking morning for you to be in here in the stream trying to confuse me. I need more stimulant, yo. That's what I need. I'm going to drink some more of this Animal Pack pre-workout mixed in this Gatorade. Yes, that I mean, if you know what the fuck I'm talking about, then you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now, since we're basically the only people in here, we don't have to worry about ruining anything for anybody. What did you think of the pilot episode? I gotta know. Morales is going to the oh wow. I thought for sure he was going to the ground there. Colby's got a hook in. And lost it. Demographic shift, the 1%. Can you elaborate more on that, please? Are we talking about the same series? Yes. I recommend going past the first episode. Yeah, so we are talking about I think you should absolutely watch past the first episode. I'm not going to say why, but Paradise season 2, that didn't really the premise of that didn't really catch my attention. Ah, I've got a plan. If I can add yeah, let's see how well that works. DUMBS. No, that doesn't ring a bell. Hell, this fight is not really doing it for me. It started out like these guys were going to get into a firefight. I think they both learned to have. Oh, excuse me, Vince Morales. Deep underground military bases. Is that part of the premise of Paradise? Hmm. You might be getting my attention. Oh, look at this. That choke attempt was pretty novel. Colby is in a lot of trouble. I'm going to search for it. I'll give it. I'll give it a shot. Scott Lawrence is in here playing a Scott Lawrence character. Yeah, I haven't really used Hulu very much. I have enjoyed some of what I found from Paramount Plus now that we have it because of UFC. Some of the stuff on Peacock was good. They have too many low budget black people films on Peacock. I don't even know what that's all about. Um, occasionally I find something decent on Disney. HBO Max has, found some fun stuff. The thing, we all thought we were cutting the cord, but the streaming entertainment industry has basically brought back the scam of cable. They basically cornered the market on entertainment and they know it. And they've just been very loudly jacking up prices at every opportunity. And when they realized that people were looking for value, they started gunning hard against people uh, sharing passwords, skipping ads. I mean, it just gets to be really annoying after a while. We did everything we could to cut the cord, and now to see the things that we want to see, they're running weird scams to force us to pay even more than we did when we had cable. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree. I don't necessarily agree, but that was a hard fight to score, in my opinion. Um, oh yeah, that too. I don't I don't know, but I'm not going to say that Colby getting the win there was controversial. I will say that it was not easy choosing a winner between for rounds 1 and 2. After almost 60 fights, GM3 misses weight by about 2 kilos. Sterling K. Brown. Well, he's a producer, so he's not an actor in this. Oh no, Sterling K. Brown is acting in this. Okay. Yeah, he's acting and producer in it. Yeah, I'll give it a try. I put it on my list. I put it on my Apple TV list, Hal. I'm not going to give it a try until after I get a nap. I think I have to train a client after my nap. I do want to get your opinion on The Beauty. Definitely watch it past the pilot. But if Paradise is what I think it is, I probably enjoy it if it's like a political dystopian what if scenario. Yeah. Yeah, definitely try the series from the beginning. Try to pay attention to as much as you can in the pilot episode. Definitely try to do that. Japrit Malkoon is a 16-1. They know something I know. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with GM3. Yeah. He is a 9-1 underdog. It just kind of feels like Gerald Mearshart is like the how can I put this? He's the UFC crash test dummy. I don't know, but the dude has fought in almost 60 professional fights, and this is the first time that he has missed weight. Something's up with that. Something's wrong. Malcolm wants to get him out of here early. It looked like he was going for the same right cross that put him out in 17 seconds against Chimaev. Ooh, just missed the left hook. We're just here on GM3 unconsciousness watch right now. So Gerald used the threat of the guillotine to force Malkoun to change. There really is no winning from Mearshart. If he wins, it's because he missed weight. If he loses, I mean, everybody expected him to lose anyway. Yeah, I see what you mean, Hal. I see what you mean. Wow, that 12-6 elbow was kind of gnarly from Malkoun. Malkoun doing a pretty good job of trying to build the base to get back to his feet. He got back to the to the side of the cage. I think he's going to try to use the cage to get back to a seated position and then get back to his feet. Mearshart is really not taking too many chances on this top position. Yep, he's posted up. Back to the fence. Trying to get to one knee. Yep. Mearshart is trying to just corral those legs to keep Malkoun down, but he's really not doing a whole lot on offense. Yeah, that's what it looks like. He's looking real safe right now. Malkoun's got to be careful what he's doing with that off arm. Beltran could have looked at that as a tap attempt. Yeah, Mearshart really. I think Mearshart knows that the odds are what they are, and he fought real safe, like he knew that the odds were what they were. What do you mean intentionally missed? Oh, intentionally missed weight? Nah. Mm-mm. Nah. Gerald Mearshart coming over from the United States over to fight at jet lag, weird fight time, Perth, Australia. I just think that there's too much that could have gone wrong trying to make that trip. Yeah, I don't think he missed weight on purpose. Also, he's giving up 30% of his purse. And Gerald Mearshart having as many fights as he has in the UFC, that's a lot. That is a lot to lose, even if it's just his show money. To lose 30% of your show money when you're traveling overseas and you have to pay taxes in Australia and the United States, I very, very highly doubt that he missed weight on purpose. I think it's much more likely that something went wrong in training camp or in the transition from being in the Western Hemisphere to down under. And I think right now he's just surviving on the guile that you build up from 2 decades of professional fighting. Malkoun is really killing him with that left hand. And it doesn't make any sense because I think that GM has the reach advantage, and he's getting killed by Malkoun's jab. And I think that Malkoun being able to get that jab pumping, he's going to feint it and then try to hook GM3's face right off his skull. Nope. Nope. It'd be unfortunate if they give a takedown to Malkoun because he ended up on top. But it looked like Mearshart kind of pulled guard there. But that might not be so obvious to the judges. I think you kind of are forced to give GM3 round 1, and it looks like Malkoun is going to get round 2. These fights have been, for the most part, pretty underwhelming. So this look on my face is not just from sleep deprivation. It's also because it's really not a lot of entertainment value in many of these matchups. Malkoun, it looks like Malkoun's got some damage to his nose. He keeps playing with it. Oh, is Mearshart turtling up a little bit? Malkoun does not look very dominant at all. And keeps playing with his nose. Yeah, something happened when he went to the ground, and he didn't have the same aggressiveness. I just don't understand how Mearshart is getting caught with that left hand. Yeah, tied to Ivasa. Yeah, good point. I don't. I'm not rooting against his opponents, but I'm rooting to keep Tai Tuivasa in the UFC. And maybe I shouldn't. Maybe Tai Tuivasa would be better off if he weren't taking bashes to the brain. Perhaps maybe his quality of life and his prospects for a quality of life later on in life, maybe it would be better for him to retire from fighting. But since I know Tuivasa is not going to retire from fighting, I think that the UFC is a more entertaining promotion with Tuivasa in the UFC than not in the UFC. I don't want to see Tuivasa lose his life in a cage or ring of any kind. So I just think he's just taking too much damage. I don't want to see him in bare knuckle. Yeah, there's something wrong with Malkoun's nose. He just keeps pawing at his nose. Mearshart is bruised on the right side of his face. He doesn't seem to have seen where the left has been coming from pretty much all night. I really hope that this fight ends in a finish, because I'm not sure. Nice takedown for the points. If Malkoun wins 29-28, this will be one of the most lackluster wins that we've ever seen from a minus 1,600 favorite. I think that Vegas looked at Mearshart's losing streak, the missing of weight, the traveling from the U.S. to Australia, and they just put overwhelming odds against him. I'm not even sure that Malkoun is winning this fight. I think that his strikes have been more effective than Gerald's. No, the live lines Polymarket is saying 94% to 6. He was trying to take him out at the end. I would expect the lines to be flat. Now, all things considered, you know how I feel about guys that miss weight, guys and gals that miss weight. But all things considered, GM3 just put in a very professional performance for somebody who missed weight. The reason why I'm giving him any kind of benefit of the doubt here is because he's never missed weight before in 58 fights. Number 59 is when he misses weight. So that means something to me. So and I'm pretty sure we'll see some kind of some sort of comments on social media from GM explaining what happened when he missed weight. I'm pretty sure of it. All right. He missed by about 2 kilos. He missed by slightly more than 2 kilos from the championship limit and slightly less than 2 kilos from the non-championship limit. Malkoun has the right body language and look on his face. He was not proud of that performance at all, nor should he be. That was not a very good performance by him. I came away more impressed with Gerald's perseverance through whatever the fuck is wrong with him. And the thing is, Malkoun had a really good left hand in that fight. And then, I don't know, something happened. Yeah, I'm not expecting this to be that great. I'm not even sure if Tafa is going to be in the UFC after this fight, provided he loses. Yeah, these fights really just have not been very entertaining at all. I mean, we got a really nice submission in the first fight, but for the most part, Just really hasn't been very entertaining, in my opinion. Yeah, we got the heel hook for Cody Steele. Why did they put the camera on that woman's titties like that? God damn. There is something about the UFC cameramen. They always find the bustiest chick and then put the camera right on her chest. Almost every stream, they're like, I need to see if I can find some titties. It's almost like they got a titty camera. Very strange. Trying to remember. I think there was some controversy that Junior Tafa was involved in that really had me thinking he was a bitch ass. know one of them did or said something that was super. Christian's is in a lot of trouble right now. Yeah, he's getting bounced off the canvas. Yeah, he's out. He's out. Well, why not see Kevin Christian for a while? Oh, he's awake now. He looks like he needs some emotional consolation. Damn, he was putting his whole body into those forearms like it was CPR. Well, that's a wrap for that. Maybe it was Justin Toffa that did. There was something super fucked up, and I can't. I think it was the cheap shot that I remember. That was 2024. Yeah, that's what I remember. That really made me not like Junior Toffa. We are at our featured prelim. Well, eventually we will be there. I really wonder if JDM is ever going to get his nose fixed. Hmm. Oh, they're gonna move it along. Thank goodness. Move it along. I'm glad that they are kind of just moving shit along. We got the first round knockout. Move it along. Move it along. Ryan Fry is here. The fights have really not been good, Ryan. Fights have not been very good at all. We just got our second finish out of 7 fights. We did get a nice heel hook finish to begin, a nice forearm GMP finish just now. They're moving right into the feature prelim. But for the most part, man, I don't know if I want to go to sleep because I set my alarm for 3:50 a.m. after going to sleep at 1:50 a.m. Or if it's these fights. Has not been very entertaining to this point. They got 18-year-olds trying to rob banks now? What the hell? Ralston is a minus 175. No, actually, a bank robbery in Kentucky. Apparently, 18-year-old killed 2 bank employees. I do not know Wick's hairstyle. I do not understand what you're talking about. But it is good to see you again, sir. Yeah. Um, um, I really don't know what to say to that, Ryan. I don't know what to say to that. I wish I had something clever to say in response to that, but I got nothing. I did not watch that film, and I'm not a big Jack Black fan, to be honest with you, Ryan. I really don't. Like I know that he has a very favorable he holds a very favorable position, but in society, Jack Black is just not for me. Jack Black with dreads. No thanks. I'm trying to figure out which fighter Cameron Ralston reminds me of. I can see his face, but I can't. His name escapes me. I think he just retired from the UFC. Just retired a couple of weeks ago, and I can't remember his name. I'm trying to remember what his fucking name is. Can't remember his fucking name. Nico Price. Got it. Cameron Ralston reminds me a lot of Nico Price. At this point, I don't understand why more fighters don't threaten guillotine when somebody goes in for a double leg. I don't understand how you felt that they did Nico Price dirty. The dude got knocked out and then immediately. I mean, you could make the case that they should not have cleared him to fight so soon after getting knocked out. If you want to claim that, but the dude was going for a fight. He accepted the fight. But it really didn't seem like Nico Price took any fights expecting to win any of them. I think that at the end of his career, Nico Price was fine just getting the show money. And he had just gotten knocked out like 2 or 3 weeks before they put him on another fight card. And I think that he just wanted to take a quick L so that he can get 2 show money checks. Because I hear that he has like a whole baseball team full of kids, complete with bullpen and bench. Nah, he was not a contender. Come on, man. Nico Price was never a contender. Like, chill out with that. The thing is that Nico Price did not announce his retirement beforehand. So you got to give the UFC a little bit of grace. Top 10 does not mean contender. I'm sorry. This is what I know Michael Chiesa for. Don't talk about my mom. Nico Price, let me ask Mr. Google search. Nico Price's highest UFC ranking. Yeah, what are you talking about? Nico Price never even broke into the top 15. And according to what I'm seeing here, he never ranked higher than 35th in 2017. So what are you talking about? He was never top 10. Yeah, but he was always I think you're wrong about this. I think Michael Chiesa's father passed away, not his mother. Nico Price did not announce prior to the fight that he was going to retire. Also, Nico Price was on a losing streak almost as long as what's his name? The guy that lost 8 fights in a row. Hold on, I'm gonna find. I'm gonna look at Nico Price's. I mean, you're standing up for Nico Price and you can't even spell his name correctly. Come on, man. He was 16-11 with 2 no contests, and he left on a 4-fight losing streak. His last one was June 1st, 2024, against Alex Morono. Actually, if I'm looking at this properly, he has lost in the UFC. He had actually lost 6 of his last 7. His last win before Alex Morono was against Cowboy Oliveira. He was not a high level. He was never a high level contender, man. He made James Vick look like an idiot. That was fun, but that's his big claim to fame. His big claim to fame was making James Vick look like an idiot, where he did that up kick and then James Vick's just collapsed on top of him. It was one of the better, I would say it was one of the better finishes in UFC history, but the dude went 8-11 in the UFC. Yeah, fight of the night from getting beat the fuck up. He has a performance of the night because of James Vick. A performance of the night because of Dirty Bird. Let's talk about Tim Dirty Bird memes. I don't know if you guys saw the story, but Tim Means was just recently arrested a week ago. Dude, I'm not saying that Nico Price was a bad fighter. I'm saying that he's not a legend. That's all I'm saying. Nico Price is not a legend. He's the guy that you feed to young people coming up. Switching gears. Tim Means. Did he deserve a send-off if he would announce his retirement prior to the fight, which he did not? In fact, There was another retirement last week where actually there was a fight last week where both fighters ended up retiring, or 2 weeks ago, and they only did the video package for the second fighter the following week. Damn. Hold on. Let me go back to the top because UFC. Okay. Gilbert Burns fought. Yes, so Gilbert Burns lost in the main event against Mike Malott. But Gilbert Burns only decided to retire after he lost the fight. That was April 18th. They did a small video package for him the following week for Gilbert Dorino Burns. Website's a little weird. They did a small video package saying thank you during last week's event. I would say that Eric Anders had a better career than Nico Price. He did, and he announced his retirement prior to the event. Won his last fight, dropped his gloves, and there was no tribute video for him. The dude went 8-11 in the UFC. You know, like he was one of the few. Nico Price is one of the few fighters, one of the few male fighters in UFC history that they let keep fighting on losing streaks when he already had a losing record. So I think that, you know, as far as some of the best knockouts of all time, you would put Nico Price versus James Vick in there. Yes, but even though Eric Anders did not live up to the hype, he still had a better career than Nico Price, and that's my point. He still had a better career than Nico Price, and he didn't get a send-off video. Not everybody gets a send-off video. I think shit, his name escapes me. God damn it. Did that happen during that card? It was no, it might have been. Was it last week? Yeah, I think it was last week. I'm gonna get his name for you real quick. It was. Oh wow, maybe that was 3 weeks ago. My bad. I don't know why his name escapes me like so bad right now. Cub Swanson. Cub Swanson. I mean, if you look at Cub Swanson got, first of all, he announced his retirement beforehand. Cub Swanson was the last active fighter from WEC that was left in the UFC. When he is already in the UFC Hall of Fame from his fight with Doo Ho Choi, Superboy. Cub Swanson is an actual legend in the sport. He got a send-off because he is one of the foundational members of he was the last active fighter from the WEC days left in the UFC. I mean, he could get he could be upset about it if he wants to be, but I don't really think that I just don't think that he moved. Nobody bought tickets to see Nico Price fight. I'm on the fence. I mean, it would have been nice. It would have been nice if they would have, shown. No, Cub is actually done. Cub is actually done. If they would have given them the mic time, I would have been good with it. But if they would have just said, "Oh, by the way," but I mean, he went out real weak in his last fight. I mean, he went out super weak in that fight. He went out weak in his career. It's very difficult for me to. It's very difficult for me I mean, he had 19 fights. He had 19 UFC. Well, he had 2 no contests, 1 fights in UFC, 2 no contests, 1 overturn that I could see against Donald Cerrone. Oh, it was a failed drug test because of Mary Jane. So I'm not going to ding him for that. I mean, nobody cares about Mary Jane situations there. Another no contest here against Alex Morono and more weed. So he has two overturns. Based on weed. I don't really care about that so much. He beat Alain Joban. He lost to Vicente Luque by dark. He beat Rude Boy, Randy Brown. He lost to Abdul Razak Al Hassan. He beat Tim Means, lost to Jeff Neal. He had that crazy up kick against James Vick. Lost to Vicente Luque again. Lost to Michel Pereira. He beat Cowboy Oliveira, and that was his last. Well, that was his second to last win. His second to last win was in 2021. Lost to Phil Rowe. Lost to Robbie Lawler. He lost to Themba Gorimbo, Jacoby Smith, Nikolai Veretennikov. I mean, I'm sorry, guy. Like, if they would have given him the mic so that he could, so that they could show him doing that up kick on James Vick, I would have been cool with that. But we're not acting like he ever was like he never fought for the belt. He never fought for the belt. No, he lost 6 of his last 7. He lost 6 of his last 7. His second to last win was in 2021. Like, I think that he was allowed to stay in the UFC for as long as he was because of his fight style. And I always found Nico Price to be a dog. He had that dog in him. And everybody wants to see that in a fighter. But to say that he's a legend is wildly overstating his record as a fighter. Sorry. I think that we throw around legend just a little bit. I think we throw it around a little bit too loosely. Donald Cerrone, legend. Borderline legend. Donald Cerrone is a borderline legend. One of my favorite all time. But, he very rarely got close to a championship. Very, very rarely. We can't just call everybody a legend. I'm sorry. You just can't do it. No, you said that he was you said that Nico Price was legendary. I'm gonna go back to. You said he was a high-level contender. And you said he was a perennial contender. Never. You said Nico Price was a perennial contender, and he never cracked the top 15 ever in his career. And then you said that he was a high-level contender. He never was. And you implied that he was a legendary fighter. He was an exciting fighter that had a bad ending to his career, but so did many other legendary fighters. So you implied that he's a legend by saying that he, had a bad ending career, such as other, like other. Yeah, Diego Sanchez at least made the UFC Hall of Fame of um because of that fight that he had. Forget who he fought, but he had that slugfest that ended up in the UFC Hall of Fame, right? Um, so he went 5-0 outside the UFC. Or did he go 8-0? He went 8-0 outside the UFC. And just because he fought in the UFC doesn't mean he was high level. Now, I do agree that Anders had a little bit of hype, but Anders didn't really work hard to develop his skills until late in his career. But when you say so did many other legendary fighters, you're implying that he is a legendary fighter. And to say other legendary fighters would mean that you would be including Nico Price in with legendary fighters. Nah. You're not gonna nah. You're not nah. Nico's a Stephan Bonner replacement. We're not going to do that. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. CM Punk was in the fucking UFC. Stop it, Ryan. CM Punk got 3 fights in the UFC. Like, come on, son. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Then why would you say other legendary fighters? He didn't get a send-off like other legendary fighters. So either you are implying that he was right for not getting a send-off because he's not like other legendary fighters, or you want him to get a send-off as if he is one of the legendary fighters. You can only have it one way, Ryan. But we have to keep it in its proper context. Right. So if legendary fighters were not given a send-off, why do you want one for Nico Price if he's not among them? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why are you mad that he didn't get a send-off? If you're saying that you didn't think he was legendary, right? So why are you mad that he didn't get a send-off? He was 8-11. He was 8-11. He had one highlight reel knockout that made James Vick look like a fucking idiot. And that's it. I don't understand why you think that he deserved to get a Mickey Gall never got, and he won a greater percentage of his fights, and I hated Mickey Gall. Okay, I'll let you have that, Ryan. But I would want to know which of these legendary fighters didn't get a send off that you thought should have gotten a send off. Because a lot of the legends that I've seen, a lot of them never went into a fight announcing that they were retiring. So
some of these guys would just kind of say, hey, I don't know if I'm going to retire yet. Let me figure out what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk to my coaches. I'm going to talk to my family. And then they, make a little bit of a statement on Instagram about, how much they're thanking the fans and the coaches and Mick Maynard and Dana White for giving them the opportunity. And then they just kind of go away. Some of the guys just exit the testing, they exit the testing pool, and you're like, oh shit, I haven't seen such and such in a long time. Whatever happened to that guy? And then you find out, oh yeah, okay, yeah, he's done. No, I don't think I'm in the minority on. I don't think that I'm dying on a hill alone that Nico Price needed a send-off or deserved a send-off. I don't think I'm in the minority on that one. I very much doubt that I'm in. But I would like to know who did not get a send-off that you thought was a legend. I would love to know. Well, we're about to have a very... No, they did give Demetrius Johnson a send-off, and they inducted him into the Hall of Fame. They did give Tony Ferguson a send-off. Gegard Moussaoui did not announce his retirement. I think he asked for a release from the UFC so he can go join Bellator, and he ended up becoming a champion at Bellator. And if I'm not mistaken, Gegard Moussaoui actually left UFC under sour conditions. So Demetrius Johnson did get a proper send-off later on. They put him in the Hall of Fame. They just put him in the UFC Hall of Fame a month ago. Well, Gegard Moussaoui did not leave UFC under friendly. These guys didn't leave under friendly circumstances, and Tony Ferguson did. When Tony Ferguson laid one glove in because remember, he was saying that he was going to retire if he lost, and he lost the fight. He lost his last fight in the UFC, and then when he was supposed to retire, he only put one glove down and said, well, I'm not done. Yeah, Gegard was a contract dispute, and DJ got traded to one championship. They traded. Who did they get in return? They got the grappler guy, right? Yeah. Again, like Dana Dana White is a petty piece of shit. But you can't be like, oh, they're a legend and they are universally acknowledged as legends. Fucking Dana White wanted to shut down the flyweight division because Demetrius Johnson didn't want to be an asshole to his opponents, and he kept winning and kept winning and kept winning and kept winning. Let's look at Yoel Romero, because Yoel Romero, for me, I looked at him as a disappointment for his career. I really did sour on him. I soured on him when he started trying to win fights by seeing how many times he could get punched in the face.
and he thought he was supposed to win because he got punched in the face a bunch of times. Yeah, he was supposed to fight Hector Lombard. All right, let's look at his record in the UFC, because I don't really think his UFC run was all that great. Wow, he grappled with Chris Barnett in 2019. Okay, his UFC. Let's see who he beat. Okay, in the UFC, his UFC debut in 2013, first round knockout of Clifford Starks, a knockout of Ronnie Marks in 2013 via punches, Derek Brunson before he became Blonde Brunson, Brad Tavares, Tim Kennedy 2014, Lyoto Machida, elbows round 3, split decision against Ronaldo Souza. He beat Chris Weidman in 2016, 24 seconds into the third round. Then he lost to Robert Whittaker in 2017. He beat Luke Shatterjaw, and then lost to Robert Whittaker again. Then this is the fight I was talking about before. He lost to Paulo Costa, as he basically got punched in the face a bunch of times and then expected that he was supposed to like win because he kept sticking his tongue out at Paulo Costa the whole time, and he thought he was supposed to win because, you know, for whatever reason got punched. And then after losing to Paulo Costa, he gets a championship opportunity against Israel Adesanya. That didn't make any fucking sense, and he lost. And then he left the UFC after that. I mean, I would say that Yoel Romero is a fan favorite, but not a legend. I would not put him up there. He lost to Phil Davis in Bellator. Then he beat Alex Polizzi, Melvin Manhoff, lost to Vadim Nemkov in a championship fight. He beat Thiago Santos post torn up knee. Dwayne Crespo in dirty boxing. I don't see him as I don't see him as a legend. But yeah, I think that everybody, Joseph Benavidez went out like about as weak as you possibly can. And Benavidez, I don't think that he announced his retirement beforehand, but then they gave him a video package a couple of weeks later. I don't know. I think that Yoel Romero is still using that tainted supplement. Have you seen Yoel Romero is damn near 50 years old. Have you seen what he looks like? Nah, I don't think Yoel Romero is going to be in the UFC. If you want to screenshot this and show me later, I will concede this later. I don't think Yoel Romero is going into the UFC Hall of Fame. I mean, he went 9-4. He had some, he had some moxie, being a guy who was going deep into his 40s that was fighting at a pretty high level. He still looks like a piece of granite. I like Yoel Romero. But I just don't think Yoel
Yoel is 65, acting like he's 25. I think Yoel is a different kind of legend as far as like him having that old man strength and, you know, not ever falling off, you know, from a muscle mass perspective. But a UFC legend, he's more of an urban legend. I'll give you that. Yoel Romero is an urban legend. But I can't go beyond that. He got a shot at the UFC belt after a loss. And then they went on to have one of the absolute worst title fights in the history of the UFC. Like, that was the beginning of the end of Adesanya being a fan favorite fighter when I don't know. I thought the fight could have gone either way. So I don't know if there was a robbery there. I thought the fight could have gone either way. But if you thought it was a robbery, I'm not going to argue with you. I didn't think it was quite a robbery. I thought that there was a case to be made for both fighters. But I don't see anything here. I don't see anything here that suggests that he. Oh, you're talking about the Luke Rockhold fight. Okay, 2018. Okay. Yeah, but that's just the first, dude. The first, your first job is to make weight. Your first job is to make weight. And he didn't make weight. So, how much did he miss by? He missed by a kilo. He missed by a kilo. But also, if we're being real, he beat Luke Shatterjaw. That's not like, it's not a big fucking deal. Well, I mean, if you feel like Yoel got robbed, then in your view, he went 1-1. Yeah, but the thing is, Luke Shatterjaw lives in the Shadow Realm. Oh, nice knee by Tuivasa. Come on, Tuivasa. We can't have you getting fired by the UFC. Oh, he almost grabbed the fence. Sutherland is really just trying to keep him. He doesn't want to swing and bang with Tuivasa, and that's disappointing. Hey, Tuivasa got back to his feet. Okay. Oh shit! He ended up getting. That was quite a way to lose his balance there. Yeah, but you can't give anybody any real special credit for. You can't give anybody any credit for knocking out. I mean, Bisping knocked out Shatterjaw with one eye. We're surprised when Luke Shatterjaw doesn't get knocked out. I think Tuivasa. I think this is going to be Tuivasa's last fight in the UFC if he loses, and it's unfortunate. like, you know, the UFC doesn't have very many fighters that you can really feel good about as far as like entertainment value. The guy still doesn't have any wrestling. Full mount for Sutherland. This looks like the end of the fight. It looks like the end of the fight to me. Sutherland's got great position. Oh, no. He gave up the head and arm. No. Oh, yeah, you got to get your arm back. Now it's a 3/4 mount. Tuivasa's trying to fight to get his shoulders off the mat. All right, got back to his knees. He's got back to 1 foot, and now he's getting dragged around again. Is Ben Askren a legend to me? Ben Askren is the epitome of somebody that looked really good outside the UFC. Now, as a wrestler, I think that when it comes to Olympic wrestling, you know, he has a lot of respect that he's earned. But as an MMA fighter, we found out that he's got no hands at all. So he got a fake win against Robbie Lawler. Nico Price is my dad. I think that Ben Askren in wrestling circles has a lot of props. As a mixed martial artist, I think he went like 10 or 11-0 outside the UFC, and then he came to the UFC. He was gifted a win. That was total fucking BS. And he is the quickest victim in the history of the UFC. That's what he's known for. Is getting knocked out. Really, it only took 2.5 seconds. You know, they said that it was officially 5 seconds, but they called it a 5-second knockout only because it took so long for the referee to jump in. But he is the Ryan Fry would last longer in a fight than Ben Askren did against Jorge Masvidal. So is he a legend? No. But is he an all-time personality? I think that he proved. I definitely agree with this. I think that he proved that he's an all-time personality. He is somebody who is a good man for the sport, but he is not an MMA legend, in my opinion. I just think that he's a very high-level grappler, and that's cool. That's cool. I would say that I would, you know, as far as like deciding who gets precedent in a, you know, in a hierarchy of who could be seen as a highlight, I would give Damian Maia precedence over Ben Askren as in the legend rankings, even though I would not say that either one is a legend. Nice sprawl to Tuivasa, but you need a finish. Then he goes right to his back. Well, that's the end of Tai Tuivasa in the UFC. That's That just sucks. That sucks, man. That sucks. Oh shit! I fucking I ninja'd you in the UFC. Wow, JL shows up pretty much. You missed the whole fucking fight card. Like, I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna save your predictions. But how can they be predictions? Most of these fights ended already. Holy crap! I mean, Tai Tuivasa is about to lose his 7th fight in a row. He lost to Cyril Gane. Okay. He lost to Sergey Pavlovich. Okay. He lost to Alexander Volkov. Okay. But he got submitted by a striker. Marcin Tybura. Jairzinho Rozenstruik is no longer in the UFC. He lost to Taliesin Teixeira, although he survived that one. Now he's losing to Louis Sutherland. He's being a wrestle fucked, Jay. He's not getting beat up. He's just getting wrestle fucked. You can tell that he has worked hard on his wrestling, but his wrestling is not UFC level. But I mean, this is going to be his 7th loss in a row. It's just not going to work. I think Tai Tuivasa is probably going to go to bare knuckle after this. This is unfortunate. Like I said, I think the UFC is a much more fun promotion when he's in it. Yeah, I hope this doesn't happen. Wow, the referee actually stood him up. Look, and the thing is, the first thing he wants to do is grab him. Like, Sutherland is just like crotch sniffing. Gross. That looked like an illegal knee. It was worse than that, JL. Jacob Malkoun was a 16-1 favorite at fight time. Not 11-1. 16-1. You made my point for me. Tim Sylvia has a lot. Tim Sylvia ranks very high on the CTE rankings. Bare knuckle is just going to make it worse. So one thing you should know is that Gerald Meerschaert missed weight by about 2 kilos. So you should know that that happened. But I'm not saying that I don't want to see Tim Sylvia go to bare knuckle because I think that he isn't entertaining or isn't a good fighter. I just don't want to see Tim Sylvia end up with worse brain damage than he already has. I just don't want to see that happen for him. I think that Gerald Meerschaert had a really bad fight week. Gerald Meerschaert missed weight for the first time in 59 professional fights. Something went wrong with Gerald Meerschaert. And Jacob Malkoun still couldn't do. Yeah, the fights have not been good. The fights have not been good. I'm just going to tell you straight up. Yeah, it's a wrap for 30-27. Even the referee ain't even holding his wrist. Nah. I think he had a bad fight week. That was fucking terrible. I don't know why he's happy. He just laid on top of him for most of 15 minutes. They're booing you because you laid on top of Tai Tuivasa for 15 minutes. Yuck. That was fucking awful. He's fighting the crowd reaction more than he fought his opponent. Nobody wants to see you fight, Louis Sutherland. You're a fat, lay and pray crotch sniffer. Nobody wants to watch you fight. Fuck out of here. He mad at the fans. We just saw a fan favorite lose his job to a guy that just wanted to lay on top of him like his sexuality goes that way. Yeah, I can see why a lot of people don't like Josh Hokett. I can see why. He's not my favorite person in the UFC, but I like him more, or I understand Josh Hokett and his gimmick. I think I just understand it better. And for me, when I hear Dana White says that he is not a fan of Josh Hokett's approach, I'm annoyed because he wanted to close down the flyweight division because Demetrius Johnson didn't want to act like an asshole to anybody. So you get a guy that's actually trying to liven up the promotion, and you have a problem with that too? This is one of the few times where I feel like Donald Trump got it right and Dana White got it wrong. But a broken clock is right twice a day. 1 second, y'all. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and people will say that he lost to Triple C or whatever. I think that he is the greatest male mixed martial artist of all time. And I don't really count anything that he really did outside the UFC, because we've already seen that the quality of fighters outside the UFC generally does not hold the candle. But he won so many times that they were threatening to shut down the division. He hit what was that kid's name? Oh man. Shit, I can't remember his name. I see his face. Can't remember his name. He actually beat that kid twice. Shit, that name almost popped. Damn, I almost remembered his name again. God damn it. Ray Borg. He hit Ray Borg with a motherfucking Marvel versus Capcom air combo to put him away. $11 consecutive title defenses. My argument against Khabib, who is my favorite fighter of all time, Khabib Nurmagomedov is my favorite fighter of all time. But the reason why he is ineligible, in my opinion, for GOAT recognition is because he missed weight 5 times. 5 times. Disqualified. Disqualified. So my favorite fighter is not eligible for a GOAT conversation. Period. Anderson Silva, disqualified for cheating. If you ever pop for steroids, you are disqualified from the GOAT conversation, in my opinion. And I look at missing weight as a form of cheating. So I put Khabib in there as well. So I know that people think about GSP. I really didn't get a chance to like really see him fight for real. So I can't really comment on him. But I think that Demetrius Johnson was not just a great fighter, a legendary fighter, but also a great human being in addition to being a great fighter. And I think that he also raised the bar for the level of mixed martial arts skill that it takes to be a great fighter. You know, obviously he was a big wrestling guy, but he turned himself into a more than serviceable striker. I think that he kind of ushered in a new era of everybody, even above his weight class, not just training in BJJ, not just training in grappling, freestyle wrestling or sambo, but really putting it all together, becoming a jack or a queen of all trades. Yeah, that was a great video. DC, I don't necessarily think that he's disqualified from the GOAT conversation. I just don't think that he measures up. Not saying that DC is not a legend, but I just don't think that he. Nobody thinks of Daniel Cormier as the best of the best. He lost to Stipe. He lost to John Jones every time they fought. And I know that John Jones cheated I think at least one of the times they fought. But even when John Jones came back, he kicked his head off. And we all synced it. Let's go down the list. Cody Steele looked like a good BJJ practitioner. I thought that he did a really. Yes, they spent a lot of time on the ground, but he was really working for a submission. He was really, really working for it. And then he got that heel hook in a way that I just could not believe that he was able to get it. Gaziv gets him to the ground. Yeah, I did see something about this. Nah, DC slayed the contenders to the legend. DC beat all the guys that John Jones beat and then never beat John Jones. You know, he was one of the first champs, so he gets legend status for that. But GOAT, nah. I'm not going to argue this point, Hal, but you're still disqualified from any GOAT conversations if you've used steroids or miss weight. You're just disqualified from the GOAT conversation. So that includes my favorite fighter. Khabib missed weight 5 times. He's disqualified from the GOAT conversation. And I'm fine with that. He's still going to be my favorite fighter. If I had to choose the greatest mixed martial arts of all time, I'd have to go with Demetrius Johnson. Like I said, anybody who has cheated is disqualified. Oh, we got Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Oh! Oh, Shamil's about to go. Gaziev is about to go out. Gaziev is about to get knocked out. He's getting that big-ass chin touched up. If somebody doesn't get knocked out here, we might be watching a slow slog. Oh, we've got blood. I want you guys to make sure that the next time you see Dan Jensen in the chat that you show him some love. Dan Jensen did reveal early on in the stream that he has been diagnosed with cancer, believed to be stomach cancer. We're all hoping for Dan, who's also the stream sponsor, when he should be saving his money so that he can pay for whatever treatment that's needed. We want the absolute best for him. It really sucks that he's struggling with this. I do think that when Gaziev talks about being a heavyweight not being easy, I don't think anybody thinks that being a heavyweight is easy. We just think that being a heavyweight, that they're slow. They're swinging and banging. I just hope they don't become punch drunk and end up high on the CTE rankings. Yo, they're just swinging for the fences. This might be fight of the night. Just from the attempt to get the other guy out of here. This is fight of the night so far. But yeah, man. Just make sure the next time you see Jensen around, he's supposed to be getting some opinions from the doc to see what he'd be able to do. I'm just hoping that the cancer hasn't spread beyond his stomach. Jay, both of these guys are gasping from being Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Sorry about what your dad is going through, Ryan. I just think that cancer is just one of the most insidious, nonsensical health problems ever. So we all want the best for Dan, man. They're still swinging. They're still just throwing other. It looks like Parachit has a cut up near his hairline. I think that's what was bleeding. Yeah, that's it. Almost looks like a scratch. No, Dan has pretty large tumors, several of them in his stomach, and they've been biopsied. I'm hoping that the cancer has not spread beyond his stomach, because if they remove his stomach and the cancer hasn't spread, the prognosis is usually pretty good. Although people have found that it's very difficult to enjoy eating food after having their stomach removed due to stomach cancer. But it's confirmed with Dan, unfortunately. Wow. Well, hopefully you learned a lot from your dad, you know? Hopefully you learned a lot from your dad. These are two ogres in a drunken brawl. They both trying to get 100,000. Oh, Perisic. Gaziv is tough. His hand is over the. Get his hands back in the cage. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ryan. I know what you mean when you say best friend. I don't want to talk about it, but I'm just going to tell you I know what you mean. I know what you mean, man. Well, Gaziv actually did duck one of those shots. Got to give him that credit, Jay. He ducked one of the shots. Gaziv was just trying to recover. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't advancing that clinch at all. Gaziv looks like he's on his last legs. He's laboring a lot. As JL would say, he's gassed. Oh, he's doing the dance. He's doing the steak. Oh, he's dead. Oh. Well, I guess we can say that Gaziv is right, that heavyweight is not easy. Heavyweight is not easy. Gaziv looks like he's been overcome with emotions. He did that stanky chicken leg. Yeah, I think that was. I think they're both going to get 100K. Jay, I think they're both going to get 100K. I think that they're definitely going to get. I think they're both going to get a bonus there. Who was the big Russian dude with the knife that wound? Oh yeah. That was stabbed in the chest. It wasn't Mirzakhanov. I don't think he was Russian. I think he was like Georgian or some shit. Or Ukrainian. Shit. I gotta let me see if I could think back to someone he's fought. Let me look at Derek Lewis's record. Because he might I gotta find a heavyweight that he fought, because he fought a heavyweight. Blagoy. Yeah, if you look at his typology, you see that stab wound right. Yeah, he's Bulgarian, not Russian. He went 3-5 in the UFC. He lost his UFC debut in 2018 to Junior Dos Santos. He beat Ben Rothwell, and he beat Tai Tuivasa. I think he was part of Tai Tuivasa's 3-fight losing streak, 2019. I knew if I looked for Derek Lewis, I would find Blagoy. They fought to a split decision that Derek Lewis was awarded victory for. Then he lost to Augusto Sakai. Then he beat Marcos Rogerio de Lima. And he lost to Marcin Tybura, Alexander Romanov, and he was cut from the UFC. And then he lost to Sergey Bilosteny in PFL. And he had a canceled fight 3 months later, hasn't fought since. But yep, he almost died due to a stab wound into the chest. Wow, he lost to Alexander Volkov in Bellator, 2014. Interesting.
Looks like they were able to put an Australian in every fight. Yep. Nah, don't indulge him, JL. Don't indulge him. Don't indulge him. Don't. No, don't indulge him, JL. Leave it alone. Yeah, so they were able to get an Australian into every matchup on this card. And I just realized that this is an all-male card. Maybe we needed some ladies matchups. Yeah, it's a cup snake where they collect everybody's cups to create a snake. Oh my God, Ryan! I just want Quellen Salkild to beat the shit out of Beneil Dariush. Can I just get that today? Oh, he's a 4-1 favorite. The Hungarian Stallion? That's funny. Oh. He's a 7.5 to 1 favorite in this fight, Ryan. Let's check out his Tapology. His nickname is Freaky. Stop it. You'll know it if he's got there's some shit on his lip. Got some shit on his lip. So he has a 100% finish rate in his career. He got a corner stoppage last month against Harry Hardwick. Like a month and a half ago. A corner stoppage. Wow. So we'll see. We'll see what we're getting out of him.
Oh, they got fight of the night. So, $100,000 bonus. Was at the McDonald's, and this big dude, 300 plus pound dude, threw paper at one of the employees, and I told him I'd beat his ass if he did that again. And he got all up in my face and was talking about what happened about 10 years ago. It was crazy how people get mad over food. Well, he got all up in your face, and then what happened? Oh, he chickened out. Huh. Okay. Called his bluff. Marwan is up to a minus 625 favorite. Well, I mean, the dude is over 300 pounds. That should tell you right there. Jay, don't waste our time with questions like that. Come on, man. That is not New Zealand's flag. I don't recognize that flag. Yeah, Steve Erceg fights Tim Elliott. Schmidt is trying to end this fight right now, throwing hard. Schmidt is really trying to get that overhand right cooking. He's got pretty good technical striking skills. Rahigi does not have bad posture for his sport. mean, he has pretty decent posture overall, but when you see him hunching over, that's really more yeah, I don't see anything wrong with his posture, JL, at all. He may kind of let his shoulders roll forward a little bit, but he knows how to get out of it. So that's how you can tell what's good posture or bad posture, is whether somebody is stuck in a position and can't get out of it. Rahiki is really pulling that. Oh, dropped his shit. Good night. Whoa, that's nasty. Damn, I think he broke his nose. Yep, 100% finish rate. Almost all of his fights have ended in KO. He has one submission. Gong. The dude already has a $100,000 bonus, and this is just his second UFC fight. I like him. Yeah, it might have been Patrick Duffy. No, Patrick Duffy is the actor. Sorry. I mean, we just had a guy released from the UFC who was pretty jacked, but he was a lay and pray guy. Yeah, I can't find who you were. Nah, I couldn't find who you were talking about. Well, Steve Erceg has already failed against the um uh,
All right, welcome to the stream, Captain Paul.
Wait a minute. You're still streaming?
The event's still happening.
What the fuck? What time did it start at?
4 a.m.
The fuck? What? Why 4 a.m.? Where is this? Like Baghdad?
It's in Australia.
Oh, might as well. It's just Baghdad, yeah. All right, sure.
Bombs
What,
over
Sydney?
Baghdad.
What is it, Sydney, Australia?
No, it's it is Perth.
Interesting. Australia is where you go to die.
Yeah, there's too many crazy animals
like,
and shit.
All these like spiders, snakes. Oh, all right. That's good.
So JL, you asked about Steve Erceg against the top 5. Thankfully,
Hold on a sec.
we have he lost to he lost to
Let me give you a call back in like a minute.
Yeah. Thanks, Cap.
I'll be right back.
He lost to Alessandre Pantoja. He lost to Kai Kara France. He lost to Brandon Moreno. So there you go. That's where you see him against the top 5. Hey, Kratos. You said Todd Duffy. Okay. Nine and 4 record. Yeah, he's pretty jacked. But there have been other jacked guys at 240 at 206 plus. The last time he fought in the UFC was 2019. And it was a no contest, probably an eye poke or a dick kick or something. I'm not going to say the Cavs choked because the Cavs have James Harden on their team, and James Harden is not a winning player. So, yeah.
Chimaev really did dominate that fight against DDP. Oh, Hamzat versus DDP by far. It's not even close. It's not even close. It's not even close. You really think that Usman is still up there at the top? I don't think so. I don't think Usman is at the top. Wow. Yeah, I don't think Usman is up there anymore. I think this is a good matchup. If Usman can get past DDP, I would say that he's Makhachev. That makes more sense. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, Islam Makhachev and Chimaev, yeah. But I also think that the Spaniard, I think he's up there too. I mean, he beat Volkanovski and Holloway back to back. So yeah, Topuria, thank you. I think Topuria has got to be in that conversation as well. Arman Sarukian is definitely more entertaining than people give him credit for. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sarukian doesn't get the credit he deserves. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm surprised that Strickland dominated Fluffy. I mean, Hamzat was also homeless himself. You know, people that know him say that he is a very humble guy and very friendly. It's just he flips that switch. Yeah. He just flips that switch when it's time to go. Yeah. Yeah. But he has to play the game like Russian athletes also have to play the game. Yep. Yep. It's no different than being Alex Ovechkin or Igor Shesterkin. You know, they might not like what's going on in Ukraine, but they ain't shit that they can say about it. And they have family that they have to protect. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, Marwan put on a nice little show. And I still got Gaziv and Peticic has I have them as still fight of the night. But but I will say that the prelims were pretty shit. It's brutal for the hardcore guys. Mrs. Evil and I were debating if we would still do this show past this year or last year or this year. We were wondering if it was still worth doing the show, because the fights haven't been good for about a year and a half at least. You know, you get an occasional fight here, an occasional fight card that we're like, oh, this is great. But for the most part, it just hasn't been good. Up until this point, I give this card a 4 out of 10. But I also think that sometimes we think that the cards are good, but we would think that they were mediocre or bad if we compared them to cards from like 2016, 2019, 2021. Well, Brock just retired from WWE. And I think it might have something to do with him getting injured at WrestleMania. No injury reported for Brock Lesnar, but I thought that it might have been an injury during the match. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I think that Pereira, I don't think that he's really chasing money. I think he's chasing greatness. And I think that he really he's only going to 206. He's only going to 206 to 265 because he thinks that he can be the first 3-belt champion. First 3-division champion in UFC. I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to leave that alone. Tim Elliott looks a little bit like Dominic Cruz. Check right hook for Urseg. Urseg did a good job getting back to his feet. Nah, he's just doing his Tim Elliott isn't drunk. He's just doing his best Dominic Cruz impression. Oh. You said Steve Urseg was minus 440. The odds evened out, Jake. Maybe because too much money was going in one direction. I don't know. Urseg is throwing that left hand a lot. It's almost like he's trying to lure Elliott to sleep. Yeah, he's looking for that right cross. Yeah, Tim Elliott is winning this fight, or his claim to competitiveness is on odd angles and footwork. It looks like Elliott is slightly less sharp here in the second half of the second round. It looks like he's wearing some damage. Urseg with the double leg. Nice elbow from Urseg. Yep, Urseg is starting to give him the business. Tim Elliott is in a lot of trouble. I mean, he's lucky there's only 15 seconds left in the round. That's Urseg's round. Definitely Urseg's round, too. Tim Elliott looks like he's taking a lot of punishment. And he's definitely not as sharp. He's not as crisp. His footwork is starting to plod. When he does throw his arms, he's not throwing strikes with like any real intent beyond being tough. Yeah, he's really showing that left hand so you can spike him with that right. He's touching him with the left, touching him with the left. He's going to hit him with that right cross eventually. Yep. Early prelims, probably no. Regular prelims, probably yes. But I don't think it's an early prelim fight. They're two ranked in the top 15 veterans. Has been around a while. Nah, but Neil Dariush is a guy that I would love to see like not fight anymore, or maybe on the prelims taking another loss so we don't have to hear him talk about his stupid religion all the time. Nice head kick. for Ursig. Elliott very soon is going to be reaching for Urseg's ankles again. Urseg is starting to pile it on a little bit. Oh, Urseg is starting to piece him up a little bit. No, she can't, Ryan. Stop it. Nice knee to the body for Urseg. Now he's feinting the knee up the middle. I knew Elliott was going to be desperate for that takedown. I got it, Urseg 29-28. 30 seconds left. You know, somebody could still get knocked out, but I got Urseg taking rounds 2 and 3 pretty decisively. I'm pretty sure Elliott is going to try to throw at least one more spinning back elbow before this is over. There it is. I can't even get the fucking words out of my mouth, and there it is. And then spinning back fist. Yeah, I got it 29-28 Urseg. If anybody else has it any different. Look at this headline. Listen to this headline from the BBC. These twins were born within minutes of each other, but have different dads. So we're not going to call this what it is. We're not going to call this what it is. We're going to be like, oh, yeah, this is really cool. These twins have different dads. What do you think that means? I mean, they're trying to, like, this is why liberal media can't be trusted. I'm probably going to have me and Cap, probably going to have me and Cap do something on this story, because this is fucking ridiculous. And the way that they, like, try to dress it up as, like, some, you know, cool medical phenomena is really just an implied admission that their mom was a hoe cheating on who they were told their father was. So it says Michelle and Lavinia Osborne took at-home DNA tests to find out their real father. They discovered something extraordinary. Not only were they not related to the man they believe was their father, they also had different fathers, a phenomenon that has only ever been recorded on 20 occasions and never in Britain. It is known as heteropaternal superfecundation and can occur when a woman releases multiple eggs during ovulation and has sex with two different men within her fertile window of around 12 to 24 hours. So they want to go into, whoa, you know, this is like, you know, super rare, and this is like, whoa, when in reality it was yeah, well, we'll be covering this on the podcast. I mean, what the fuck, man? Holy fuck. All right, we got 2 fights remaining. The quicker these fights go past, the quicker I can go to sleep. Well, he got 3 wins in 2025. I don't know. What should you get from the store, Ryan? Whatever they're selling. I just really want Beneil Dariush to get knocked out again. That's all. Carlos Prates and JDM, whoever wins is whoever wins. But the only real desire that I have is that Beneil Dariush loses again. That's all I want. We are at our co-main event. Apparently, Sal Kild lost his very first professional fight and hasn't lost since. Hopefully he will continue the trend. Wow, he's a favorite to win by knockout? Holy crap. He's not just a favorite to win. The odds have him at minus 175 to win before the clock strikes 15. I don't look at posters, and I don't look at teasers for films. I don't look at them. I just want to go into the movie theater and be completely surprised. And we are joined once again by the venerable Captain Paul.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? What's going on, bro?
Well, we are at the co-main event, Beneil Dariush versus Quillan Salkild.
Which one? What? So who's fighting?
Beneil Dariush versus Quillan Salkild.
And where are they from?
Well, Quillan is from Australia.
All right. And where's the other one from?
Bible Thumper land.
Wait, where? Where's Bible Thumper?
Beneil Dariush is a Bible thumper.
From where?
Iran.
Oh, he's won this, bro. He's got an explosive punch.
No, but he fights as an American, and he's a Bible thumper who does a violent sport for a living. He wants to talk about God and the Bible. Like, shut the fuck up.
Wait, whoa, relax, bro. When he's knocking people out, he's saying fucking John 3, verse 16, you know?
Nah.
You know, may God be with you. Night, bitch.
Nah, we're talking about Austin 3:16.
Austin. I mean, listen. So are you telling me that you can't be a Christian and be a good fighter?
No. And I don't want to hear about your goddamn religion when you do violence for a living. I don't want to hear it.
That's crazy. I mean, that's just, you know, considering that, you know, you're a man of deep faith yourself.
Not really.
I know. It's like that.
I really don't want to hear a bunch of degenerates talk about God. I'm sorry. I just don't want to hear it.
I also don't like when a bunch of pedophiles talk about God, but that happens every fucking day in the church. So,
well,
hey, I mean,
you know,
let's be real. Everyone's a hypocrite.
Yep.
So
I just when they grab the mic after a win, I just mute. I just don't want to hear it.
I just want to thank God. Like, he gave me these fists to knock motherfuckers out. Thank you, Jesus. Like, yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think that, yeah, I mean, to that extent, it makes sense. I mean,
it doesn't, because, like, if you look at, let's say, you'll hear hockey players talk about how, you know, they want to thank God. You don't think that there are people who have the same religion as you playing for the other team? What, they didn't pray hard enough? Shut up.
They didn't. No, they didn't. That's the crazy thing. Like, maybe if you pray a little bit harder, you know, it's a toll. Jesus just looking at him like, you know, you could have won the Stanley Cup, but I wasn't feeling that fifth Hail Mary. So, no, I mean, people are religious. I get it. You're not very religious in that sense. So.
But it's not even about being religious. It's about keeping that same energy and making sure that you don't pick and choose which part of your religion you're going to follow and then bark at people about it. If you're going to bark at people about your religion all the time, then follow the whole religion.
I mean, I would say, okay, so like when you say bark, right, you mean talking about it or like...
I'm talking about Bible thumping. Every single time they want to grab the mic, they want to start preaching at people. Like,
yeah,
I don't want to hear that from you. You do violence. You're a prize fighter. You do violence for a living.
Are you saying you preach in the sense that they're like better than you?
No, like they want to keep talking about God, 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 God. And it's like, you do violence for a living. I don't want to hear about how much you love Jesus, and you don't love Jesus in your actions, then I don't want to hear about it.
I kind of get where you're coming from. I don't really have a big deal with it. You know, I just think that, you know, someone wants to talk about God, cool. But, I mean, you know, is there some... I get more kind of thrown off when someone's, like, preaching their shit and talking down about other people. You know what I mean? That's where kind of...
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, like, to me, like, I don't give a fuck if you start about, God, thank God. Like, you know, do I firmly believe Jesus was like, Bartholomew, I give you that right hook from God? Like, no, I don't think that's how that works. And quite frankly, if you read the Bible and Jesus' teachings, quite frankly, I don't think he would really condone violent sport altogether. But let's just be real. I don't really care if people are religious and want to talk about it. I get more frustrated personally when they're just like so overtly over the top and trying to like quote unquote convert people or shame people like, well, you're just gonna burn in hell. That's where I have a problem with people. That's the only time I care. You know.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, but you're entitled to your own opinion for sure, though. So I get that.
Not really. I'm black.
That is true, right? As a black-run business, we don't have our own ideas.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Just sponsored. I don't watch myself.
Chill, man. Chill.
No, listen. I think it's our sellout era right now.
So Ryan Fry says Jesus invited sinners close to him. In fact, the people closest to him at the Last Suppers were both sinners and criminals. Well, when he was nailed up on the torture stake, he said that the two sinners that were executed alongside him were also forgiven, but they weren't fucking hypocrites. They weren't claiming to be holy and still getting involved in criminality at the same time. That's the difference. So it's different if you come to him like you had Mary Magdalene, who was a 304, right? He wasn't like, yo, you're saved, and then she goes out there sucking more dicks, right? Like once they accepted that they were going to live a different life, then that was it. Oh, there he goes.
That was crazy to say.
Vanille Darius was sent to God.
That's that just made I've never heard that referred to as a thrill. It's fucking stupid. Oh my god, that just made my day. I mean,
wow, Sal killed said I just smoked him.
So for me, oh man, that was really fucking funny to me.
I just wanted him to get knocked out. He got knocked out, so this stream was worth it for me. I don't have to hear him Bible thump on the mic.
Yeah, damn, you really hate that motherfucker.
Yeah, I do.
That's crazy.
Like, for instance, John Jones likes to talk about God, and he has Philippians 4:22 tattooed on his chest to show everybody, and he's doing steroids, hitting pregnant women with his car, beating his girlfriend, doing drugs, getting arrested, driving drunk. And it's like, I don't want to hear about your religion and your faith when you're a fucking degenerate. I just don't want to hear it. Now, I don't have a problem necessarily you being a degenerate, and I don't have a problem with people being religious. I have a problem with people being hypocrites.
Now, like, listen, I'll say this, quite frankly, right? As for the hypocrisy with some people, obviously that happens, right? There's going to be certain people that say they try to, I would say, say they live a certain lifestyle. They truly don't.
Oh, they want to be a gay preacher. Hello.
Well, so like this is the thing, right? This is where it kind of gets interesting, right? The as for Jesus, right? Because one of the comments you said talked about him taking all sinners. Like, for example, Matthew, right? One of his disciples. Like,
Yeah.
He was a tax collector.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Someone who looked at betrayed. The thing is, he gave up all his worldly wealth and possessions
To go follow Jesus, and he didn't go back to criminality while claiming to follow Jesus. Was the point that I was making to Ryan.
Exactly. Same thing with Peter, right? Like Peter had a rough back. He's a fisherman. He had some rough backstory to him as well.
Yeah.
If you read the Bible, and then when he turned his way to Jesus, like he didn't follow.
He kept it.
He became a disciple and became a rock of the church.
Right.
I mean, it's when you truly change.
I mean, if you look at Saul before he became Paul, right?
Yeah.
He was he actually persecuted and put some early first century Christians to death.
Correct.
But when he was shown a different way, he didn't go back to doing the degeneracy. He didn't say, I love God and go back to doing bullshit.
Yeah.
And that's the point that I'm making.
No, I agree with you. 100% agree.
Like I said, Mary Magdalene was busting it open for a shekel here or there. You know, she didn't go back to work to walk in the blade.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think it's very interesting. You know, I know this is kind of. I've been actually watching a show. Like it's a show that's a few years old, but like, have you ever seen the show The Chosen? I don't know if you ever heard of it. I don't know. I've been binging it lately.
It's mad funny because Ryan Fry just put up a comment at the same exact time you said that. And he says, I just wish I was one of the chosen people. Right as you said The Chosen.
But it's a pretty decent show. It takes a little bit of liberties creatively to tell Jesus stories.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you had read the Bible, there's a lot of,
Parallels. Yeah.
Yeah, it's based on those stories.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have to have creative license because you can't. They made Jesus a little bit more, like obviously in the Bible, he's he's portrayed how he's portrayed. They made him a lot more human in the sense in the show. It made it pretty enjoyable to watch. But yeah, I mean, shoot. But Mary,
Yo, Cap, we're gonna have to do a video. We're gonna have to do this on a live stream or a video or something. The liberal media is such bullshit, such fucking bullshit. So there's a story that is being published worldwide about two women who are sisters, and they went to go and find who their father was. So they went and got their DNA tested to find out who their fathers were. You know, who their father was. And they found these are twins, by the way. These are twins. They wanted to confirm who their father was and found out that not only is the man that they thought their father was their father, not their father, but neither one of them have the same father. And none of these articles are talking about the obvious implications.
Wait, what? What are we talking about?
Two women in the UK who are twins went to confirm who their father was.
Mm-hmm.
And they found out that not only was the man that they thought was their father not their father, but neither one of them have the same father.
Wait, so how can you be twins and not have the same father?
Exactly. And they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about, oh my God, this is such a great, a rare phenomena. Oh my God. So we're not going to talk about the obvious here?
What, did you guys had multiple guys come inside?
And the guy that they thought to their father wasn't even their father, which tells you
what?
nobody wants to talk about what their mother was.
Oh, man, it took me a second. That guy got scammed.
So not only did a guy get scammed, but it was 2 other men. We got to cover it on the podcast, dude. We got to do it.
That is crazy, bro.
And nobody wants to talk about the obvious.
Yo, that mom's a slut. God damn. Yo, she throwing it back for everybody. God damn. Oh, shit. What a whore.
Town tricycle. So we're going to have to cover it on the podcast. We got to get potting again, sir. The world needs it.
Bro, what a slut, though.
I mean, cold shoots and hot takes. We need to bring it back. Also, Cap, we got to talk about this whole thing with Klay Thompson and Megan, the male horse.
I mean, I don't even know what's going on with that.
We're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna.
All I know about Klay Thompson is he's washed. That's it.
well, that does factor into the conversation, Cap. It does factor into the conversation.
You know, I'll say this, dog, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. To be honest, I'll say this, like, I think some of these like athletes' wives get a little too big for their britches. And I'm not saying Sally's his wife. I don't even know. I think they're just.
You go do a little bit of searching of Klay Thompson and Megan the male horse. And
I'm referring to his old teammate, like Steph Curry's wife, can be a little too much.
Well, I'm telling you, go do the research on Klay Thompson and Megan the male horse, and hit me up with a text message because we're about to cover the main event here for UFC fight night. What is it? Two UFC fight night 2.
Oh, he goes boating after
75.
That's crazy.
So
broke up.
no, so go do the research, and before I go back to bed, because I've been up since now 4 a.m. to do the show, we'll put together a live stream.
All right. I mean, yeah, we can. So I'll let you do your thing because, it is what it is.
Anything you want to say to Ryan Fry?
Keep it French. See you the next one.
Also, unfortunately, we were hit with the news that our biggest donor in channel history, Dan Jensen, was diagnosed with stomach cancer.
Oh, fuck.
So
really?
Yeah, he revealed that on today's stream.
Oh, fucking Christ. I'm so sorry.
So if you want to put a message out to him on the stream, and we can do like a little bit of a tribute for him when we go live next, that would be dope.
Oh, for sure, man. No, prayers for Dan Jensen, man. He's been one of the biggest supporters of the channel. Always around, always good for conversation. I'd love to be able to do something for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Fuck. That just kind of ruined my day.
Yep. I'm feeling a little emotional now too, because I know how badly that hits you.
Yeah, man. I mean, big thing. I'm gonna make it. We'll talk about it on the stream too. But big thing is try to stay positive, man. That's the big thing. Try to stay positive. It's scary as fuck.
Yep.
So I think, we're here as a community. I mean, all right. Well, prayers for Dan, man. Feel free to reach out. Shit. Yeah. Damn.
Yep. Yep. So he left the stream early. He hung out with us for about 30 minutes and then bounced. But yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, man. Hopefully he watches the next live, man. Because I mean, that dude has been like a day one supporter. Always, come around. Even with our long ass hiatus, our consistency to be inconsistent.
Yep. I mean, we haven't been for the stuff that he likes. It hasn't been a hiatus because we're here every Saturday on the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. Well, believe it or not, Cap, this is episode 203.
Damn, bro, and I think I was in 2. That's crazy. Wow, man. Yeah.
Damn, even Lutch has done more Filthy Casual shows than you.
Yeah, but the big thing is I'm not a fucking sellout. So there's a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of rage baited you on that one. My bad.
Yo, you did. You did. Like, oh, well, we just watch. I'm like, well, dude, I can sell. I hate my own people. Yeah, like, okay. All right. I hate people. I hate people that look like me. Let's persecute them. Fucking sellout piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. You started that. Like, yo, that's on. And you know the real reason I don't fuck with that dude. So let's. I don't look at. Loyalty's big to me, bro. That's big. So, and he's definitely not big for the twin.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, Cap. We're going down the yellow $sign road now.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and make sure to super chat. So you know.
All right, man. And that was one half of the Talking Shit podcast, Captain Paul. Shout out to him. And shout out to Dan Jensen. Thinking about Dan. I will be back in a second. Gonna check on the ladies. All right, back. All right, JDM making the walkout. I want to thank everybody that came through here. Ryan Fry, really, you know, the guy that really stuck through here. We had AI Hal here. JL peeked in for a second. Our stream sponsor again is Dan Jensen. We had a weird hater that stopped in here and was hating. So shout out to him for being a hater. I hope you left a dislike on the stream since I'm such a boring streamer. You know, Dan Jensen was here for a little bit. Sinister was here first, actually. So, you know, I want to thank everybody, even the people that did not contribute to anything valuable to the show. You know, you clicked on it, so that was valuable. JL, this is like the happiest that I've been made. Like, this makes this card a 7 out of 10 because this happened. No, JDM is not a fight on the back foot guy. He's not a back foot guy. He's gonna fight. I still think that the heavyweight fight should get fighted tonight. Whoa, what's going on? That, yeah, his nose, JDM's nose looks like a roadmap. Yo, Mike Beltran is not trying to see any of this bullshit. He's the real no nonsense. Keith Peterson is all nonsense. Wow, there's a 5-inch reach advantage. Pause. Josh Rosenthal went to prison for selling drugs while reffing in the UFC. You can't tell me a guy like that was never compromised dealing with the mob or other, people affiliated with gambling. So yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm pretty sure there are some places in the Northeast he still can't go. What is the announcer talking about? No glove touch. They went and fist bumped. You were worried about JDM fighting on his back foot, and look at the one backing up. Oh, and shout out to Travis. Travis has trolled his way into the stream for a couple of seconds. Nice calf kick. Prates. You could tell it was good because JDM tried to pay him back for it. And he doubled up. Now you gave him the calf kick in triplicate. But JDM's got to be careful trying to throw that calf kick because it gets countered a lot. I think JDM is in a little bit of trouble here. Hey, which animal pack did you buy, Travis? I would like to know. The only way I've been able to get through this show is by using animal pack. Well, that's a good sign that your digestive tract is working well. But I want to know which one you bought. Okay, Orange Crush, yeah. I haven't had any extra gas from using animal pack vitamins at all. I haven't had any gas from that. Mostly my gas comes from dairy. Yeah. Vitamin Shop only carries these two flavors. And the only one that's really livable, in my opinion, is the Orange Crush. But the Cherry Bomb is just fucking horrible. It is it is like the saddest, the worst thing. It's like the nightmare version of V8 juice. Like V8 has like a little bit of like a salty, like a vibrant taste. Oh my god. It oh, what a knee from Prates. No, it's bad V8. It's the nightmare version of it is like the Freddy Krueger of V8 juice. Like V8 juice is good, but the essence of the taste is like if you went to hell and you liked V8 juice, and then the devil handed you something that looks like V8 juice, and then you drank it, and you wish that you didn't do so many Travis type things while you were alive on Earth. That's the best way I can describe it to you. It's really bad. Just make sure you take at least a half a dose of vitamin pack every day. I think that your stomach is going to settle down very quickly if it is tied to the flatulence. Yeah, JDM's calf is not having a good time. Prates as well. Both of them are not really having a good time. Oh, he threw the body kick instead of the leg kick this time. Prates throwing those weapons out there. Now, JL, you said that you were concerned that JDM was going to be moving backwards. The only ones really moving backwards is Prates. Oh, another knee. JDM just ate another knee that almost straightened his nose. Yeah, JDM is looking he's looking a little beleaguered out there. Even though he is moving forward, because that's the only direction he knows how to go. He looks like there's a gap in striking skill level here. And JDM is not a grappler by any means. Wow, that kick to the body was crazy. Oh, wow. As soon as I said he's not a grappler by any means, he starts trying to get takedowns and take Prates back. Prates really throws that knee with authority in any situation, at any range. It's actually quite impressive. Oh, nice uppercut, left hand, JDM. Prates keeps his balance, stays on his feet. Wow, he's going for that uppercut. Oh, Prates stumbled JDM. Looks like the beginning of the end to me. Looks like the end of the fight is coming up. Oh, he is killing JDM with that left. Oh, another knee. JDM is, oh, he's still throwing hard. JDM is getting killed, and he's still throwing hard and landing. JDM is very high up on the CTE rankings and getting worse. Yeah, JDM's leg is fucked. JDM is just getting picked apart here in the second round. I think we're about to wrap this stream up. Oh, that was a nasty elbow. Step-in elbow from Prates. Oh. JDM does not want to get up. Oh, man, he's done. He's done. Well, let's start doing the housekeeping. Like I said, thank you everybody that came through the stream today. I did promise that I will give them your regards when they get up. One of them is actually awake now. So make sure that they get the message. Gong. Yeah, JDM's calf is torched. Dan Jensen is once again our stream sponsor. So much appreciation again, sir. It looks like Ryan Fry has, an idea of where Dan Jensen might want to go if he wants to get treatment in a place like the United States. I'm pretty sure that he can get treatment in Denmark. That's probably pretty good. But there are options around the world. JDM is looking like a punching bag right now. His face, I think he just straightened his nose with that knee. I don't see this fight getting out of the third round. JDM is effectively a sitting duck. Oh, man. He's like, yo, take some more of this punishment. Prates is really giving him a lot of punishment. He's going to let him get up so he can punch him in his face again. He's playing with his food at this point. He's really trying to hurt him. If JDM pulls this out, Prates is the dumbest fighter of all time. It looks like he's really just trying to rearrange his face at this point. But JDM is really, really tough. And he's still got sparks in those gloves. And if he decides to hook off, oh, man, that calf. Oh, fuck. Prates is giving him the business right now. This is not the beginning of the end. It's been the end. Golly. That was a bludgeoning. That was a bludgeoning. That was wow. I don't think his fibula is broken, but his calf is torched. His calf is torched. Again, I want to thank everybody that came along for the ride here. I've been sitting here now 6 hours. And, you know, the headache is really starting to get intense. Shout out to Mrs. Evil. She could not make today's show. I think she's actually still asleep. Joy Walking is actually awake in the other room, but Mrs. Evil probably won't wake up for another 2 hours. I did my best to deliver the best show I could to you under the circumstances. We will do everything we can to cover almost every show this year. But we have a new number one contender in the welterweight division of the UFC, and it is Mr. Cigarettes himself, smoking with cigarettes. Carlos Prates in that was violent. That was an ass whooping. Mike Beltran let that go for a while. Again, our stream sponsor, I want you guys to give him as much support as you can. Dan Jensen, he revealed early in the stream that he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. So we're hoping for the rest of them. He still is the stream sponsor today anyway. We want the best for Dan. We want the best for Dan. We want the best for Dan. You know, we will try to show him some love on the next TSP episode. But here on the 203rd episode of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party, we want to make it known how important Dan Jensen is to our community here, our small community of MMA fans. So we are going to end today's stream the way that we normally do, and that is with a very important message from the aforementioned Dan Jensen. I want to remind everybody, in honor of Dan, to be safe out there in the real world
And that could be anything, including getting your checkups at the doctor, apparently. So we will be back here next week for our 2 championship fights. Can't wait for those. And we hope that you'll join us. Please share with your friends that also are fans of MMA so we can all have disrespectful conversations together in the chat. Until next time, I'm Dr. Evil for Mrs. Evil. Saying so long, farewell, and hopefully later on today or tomorrow, we will have an episode of TSP with myself, Dr. Evil Genius, and the great trans black man himself, Captain Paul. All right. See you guys later. Peace.